So like, I don't know. Here's a informative video on narcissism. Like, I don't know, compulsive liars, psychopaths, like like boring. Narcissism. That's interesting. Man, I can't play music. I can't play video. It's gonna add. Add a node to send the Chrome audio. I'm gonna forget. So if I play music, I I need to install Amazon Music because Chrome, or not Chrome, YouTube Music. It sounds like shit. Alright, so now Chrome sound is going to the stupid stream output.
Parents does not stop loving its parents, it stops loving itself. And so we're here to see if we can really heal the parts of yourself. And I'm hoping that some of this knowledge from Sam will be helpful within that. And Sam, I hope you're here. Kiri, I'm wondering whether or not you can let us know whether Sam's doing the call. Oh,
So I'm like, I'm gonna try to focus because I'm done. Just not on place, whatever. And I don't know. I think I might have used some of the terms wrong. Some of the terms wrong. Sometimes, I don't know.
Sam, we can hear.
If I did, chatbot never corrects me. Because chatbot doesn't know shit. Chatbot was designed. There is no way Sam Altman is not narcissist. Okay, anyways.
I can hear you now. Fantastic. Thank you.
I've been on mute. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Am I good to go?
I think you're good to go.
Okay.
Hi, Sam.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Vaknin. I'm a professor. I teach psychology in various universities around the world and in the Commonwealth Institute in Cambridge, United Kingdom. So today I would like to add an academic veneer to what you've been discussing. I apologize for my thick accent. It's not something I can do anything about. I've tried. But seriously, if I'm saying something that is absolutely incomprehensible owing to my accent, don't hesitate to ask and ask me to repeat. And I promise to repeat it using the very same accent. So, okay. Uh, what you're about to endure in the next 45 minutes is a glimpse of the second day of a seminar that I'm planning to hold in Ohrid. Ohrid is a beautiful heritage site city in North Macedonia. The seminar is free. You're all invited. It's a gorgeous tourist destination in addition to everything. Kathleen attended my previous seminar in Skopje. She seemed satisfied, so I hope she rejoins me there. And so today I'm going to give you a morsel, I'm going to give you a taste of the second day of the seminar, which deals with relationships between narcissists as parents and narcissists as children of narcissistic parents. Before we proceed, we need to clarify or to settle on a common terminology. Now, those of you who have been exposed to online offerings, of which obviously I'm a critic, would know that would be exposed to the terminology of vulnerable narcissists versus grandiose narcissists. That is a very misleading terminology because all narcissists, without a single exception, are simultaneously vulnerable and grandiose. Whether you are an overt narcissist or a covert narcissist, a somatic narcissist or a cerebral narcissist, you name it, there are many variants, you're always at the same time fragile, open to attack, highly defensive of your narrative and self-concept, so you are vulnerable, and in a compensatory manner, you're trying to compensate for this vulnerability by pretending to be godlike. So there's the grandiosity. All narcissists are grandiose and vulnerable. A much better terminology is overt and covert. That is a terminology which was first proposed by Akhtar and Cooper in.
I think I got the whole, like, grandiose thing down. Be like the best narcissist ever.
1989, and that's the terminology I'm going to use throughout this lecture. When I say overt narcissists, I mean what is colloquially called grandiose narcissists. And when I say covert narcissist, I mean what is colloquially referred to as vulnerable narcissists. Okay, having settled this terminological conundrum, let us proceed. Is pathological narcissism nature or nurture? This is very crucial question. Because if it is genetically determined, if it is hereditary, there's very little parents can do. And there's very little we should blame them for. If the child is born essentially as a proto-narcissist, regardless of the parenting involved, regardless of the choices and decisions and actions of the parent, behaviors of the parent, the child would turn out to be a narcissist. It's a deterministic view of narcissism, and very much in line or aligned with the medicalization of psychology, the attempt to convert psychology into a branch of medicine. Regrettably, there's very little evidence for this. And I'm saying regrettably because had it really been a genetic hereditary disease, so to speak, then we might have been able to come across some medication, some intervention, which would have cured the disease. And so the confusion arises because of the following. Narcissism is a trait. Each and every one of you here possesses the trait of narcissism. We call it healthy narcissism. Every trait in
So we could all be narcissists. That'd be awesome.
psychology is
Not really though. No, that'd be fucking hell.
hereditary. Traits are inherited. They are genetically determined and passed on.
Like if every single company had fake products instead of something it was not. Like if every company was run by Sam Altman. Like you'd buy a hot dog and it would actually be buttholes and lips. And then whoever's running the hot dog company, they'd be like, no, it's a hot dog. It is, I swear it's a hot dog. But it's really just like actual butthole and lips. Because like the joke is that hot dogs are buttholes and lips. Because they're made of like the gross parts of a pig. So like if Sam Altman ran a fucking hot dog company, he would actually like pack up sausages with like literal pig buttholes and lips. And then he'd tell people, no, this is a hot dog that you're buying. But then he'd be like, well, actually, it is butthole and lips. It's buttholes and lips, but like, it's a hot dog. Just like how like, he's like, oh, it's an artificial intelligence. Well, that depends on what you define as intelligence. It's just making up fucking. He's like, okay, it isn't really AI. It's really a large language model. But it's a form of artificial intelligence based on the credentials of, or not credentials, the criteria that needs to be met for something to be intelligent. You know what's intelligent? Not Sam Altman. He's not intelligent. He's fucking retarded. Sam Altman is a goddamn retard. And he's not even medically retarded. He doesn't have like a medical condition. He's just a fucking narcissist. There's no way he's not. He's like the perfect definition of a goddamn narcissist. Or not, I don't know. Seems I gotta get like a professional opinion on that. I'm gonna shut up because I'm done. I hate programming. I always try to find out a new way to do something. I go through the whole process again and again. And I think I might have a better way to like it's time. But I'm gonna save that for later. I'll just do it the way I normally do it. So I'm tired of programming because I'm being retarded, and I like go through the whole process every time just to make sure, or like evaluate if there's a new way to do something. Literally about the process. So I don't know, whatever. Everything's dumb. Including me.
So here starts the confusion. Narcissism is hereditary. Pathological narcissism is not. Pathological narcissism is the outcome of an interaction between bad, dysfunctional parenting that has gone awry and the trait of narcissism. So all of you have the trait of narcissism, but if you've been exposed to the wrong parents, some of you, 1.7% to be precise, would have turned out to be narcissists. Okay. Parenthood, I'm sorry, sometimes I put the emphasis wrongly. So parenthood is a very complex job, and it's the only job that is not licensed, it seems, strangely. It is by far the most complex job.
I don't know. Wait, you don't really even need licenses to like, yeah, never mind. People can program. They can work for Google. They're not licensed. .007, he has like a license to kill. Like, really, a license means you can kill people. So that movie's fake. So anyways, you don't need a license to program. Nobody's like, I got a license to program. No. Any retard can sit down and program, including me. Or your mom. Any retard. Did they like merge ADHD and autism yet? They probably should. Oh, it's chatbot. Because of course chatbot would know. Because chatbot's intelligent. Just as intelligent as Sam Altman. Oh, what the heck was it called? It was like a merge of ADHD. Was it ADHD? That one. So since like autism gets such a bad rep, some doctors, whatever, they're like, let's merge it. Since ADHD is like popular, we'll merge autism with ADHD. And then like everybody won't say they have ADHD. It'll make people with autism feel better. Because now like they're ADHD. Man, the medical field is retarded.
ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and autism spectrum disorder, ASD, are both neurodevelopmentally disorders that can co-occur, often referred to as AUDHD. Individuals with both conditions may experience overlapping traits, such as difficulties with attention and social communication, but they can also exhibit contrasting behaviors, like a preference for routine in autism versus a craving for novelty in ADHD.
It's stupid.
Did the medical field merge ADHD and autism to AUDHD yet?
There used to be like ADHD and then ADD. And they're like, ADD is without the hyper part. And then they're like, oh, now everything's ADHD. So if you had ADD, it means like when you were like diagnosed, you didn't have like the hyper component. I don't know, everything is so dumb.
Yes, there's a concept called AUDHD, but it's important to clarify what it actually is and how the medical clinical field treats it. It's not an official diagnosis yet, but rather a descriptive term used by some clinicians and communities. Let me break it down. 1. What is AUDHD? AUDHD is a term that describes individuals who have both autism, autistic spectrum disorder, ASD, and ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. The term is mostly used informally in communities and discussions about neurodiversity, but it is not a separate diagnosis in DSM-5 or ICD-11. 2. Can ADHD and autism coexist? Yes. Modern research recognizes that ADHD and autism can co-occur. Historically, clinicians were hesitant to diagnose both simultaneously because diagnostic guidelines were strict, and autism was sometimes thought to exclude ADHD.
If they merge them, will they sell more Adderall? Is that what it is? It's about drug sales. Because, like, stimulants help people with, like, low dopamine, who, like, actually need it. Or there's, like, Wellbutrin, like, whatever. And you can, like, see low dopamine in the blood. So, like, usually that's, like, depression, though. So, like, when you're depressed, you don't want to throw in, like, the stimulant part. So, like, people with actual ADHD or depression, dopamine can be tested for in the blood, and when you take the drug, it gives you more.
Low dopamine levels in the blood can indicate various health issues, including conditions like Parkinson's disease, where dopamine-producing neurons are damaged. Symptoms of low dopamine may include fatigue, lack of motivation, and mood changes.
So, like, some, like, teachers or whatever get, like, a hyper kid, and they're like, this kid needs to be on Adderall. And, like, the kid doesn't even need the drug. And they, like, give the kid the drug. And the kid's, like, freaking zombied out because he didn't need it in the first place. Everything is just... Teachers can't teach. Kids don't want to be in school. Everything's dumb. And then they're blaming AI, lots of teachers, for, like, the whole, like... It's always everyone else's fault. Well, in programming it is. Because you want to write a program, you gotta, like, use JavaScript if you're in web design. Or if you're, like, programming a refrigerator. Fucking probably literally has JavaScript. It is everyone else's fault. Because if you're, like, programming JavaScript, it is actually everyone else's fault. If the JavaScript sucks. Because, like, there's no engine existent that 100% meets the standard. And they have, like, standardized tests for JavaScript engines. And they try to make sure that all the engines have the same bugs and the same issues in, like, certain cases, whatever. And if they do meet it, they try to meet, like, it. The world is full of stupid people. If everyone had autism, the world would be, like, literally, that would be awesome. If there's, like, no narcissists running around, and people were, like, direct and, like, literal, that'd be fucking awesome.
Using the term AUD helps people acknowledge the combined traits and seek strategies tailored to both ADHD and autism. Is Audhatonics used to sell more ADHD drugs?
Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, that's terrible.
Not really, at least not officially, but it's understandable why you'd be skeptical. Let me unpack this carefully.
No, it's the fucking, like, big pharma. How many drugs did it sell? Like, for fuck's sake. There's enough people with actual ADHD. You gotta, like, boost the numbers. Try to sell more fucking drugs. Fucking retards.
It's a delicate and intricate act of fine-tuning which the parent never gets right. Ask anyone. And so, but at the same time, parenthood is a reenactment of childhood. The parent goes through a second childhood vicariously, by proxy, by raising a child. So there's a dual dynamic here. On the one hand, the parent is infantilized. The parent becomes an infant. And on the other hand, the parent is dealing with an infant as a parent. Now, if the parent is immature, insecure, if the parent's personality is disorganized, if the parent has a personality disorder or some other mental health issue, if the parent is depressive or anxious or whatever, this kind of parent would find it very difficult to balance the self-infantilization with the presence of an infant. The balance is precarious, and very often dysfunctional parents don't get it right. And so these kind of parents engage in what I call performative parenting. They engage in parenting as if it were some kind of role or some kind of performance in a self-styled theater stage, on a stage. And so performative parenting is aimed at acquiring sources of narcissistic supply. In other words, attention, admiration, adulation. The performative parent is preoccupied with what other people say or would say, is preoccupied with impression management rather than with actual parenting. And this kind of parent uses the child, leverages the child as some kind of trophy. So we have a trophy wife, those of us who are lucky enough, and this kind of parents have a trophy child. They use the child in order to garner narcissistic supply. And of course, this kind of child is expected to be submissive, expected to conform to some kind of shared fantasy or a narrative. This kind of child is not allowed to become an individual, not allowed to separate from the parent, not allowed to have a life. We call this in psychology separation individuation failure. The child is not allowed to separate from the parent and not allowed to become an individual. Now, who's to blame? Mothers or fathers? I am known in my limited circles as a mother basher. I bash mothers. And many mothers don't like me for it. Bizarrely.
That could have been, I don't know. Seeing you like bash mothers. Yeah, okay.
Now, I bash mothers because this is the consensus, actually.
Like so many people would like think that in a dirty way. So, whatever.
Literature is pretty clear that the mother has the primary responsibility for raising a mentally healthy child, not the father. The father comes much later.
So like, blame everything on the mom. That makes everything so much easier. Just scapegoat the mom. Yes. Yeah. Totally. I'm under pressure.
Later, around age 3 years old, and the father's main role
Okay, so it is the mother's fault then. If it's that young.
is to
So, I agree.
skill the child, to provide the child with skills, to teach the child how to behave in society, socialization, to socialize the child, and to serve as a role model in something known as social learning. There's a process known as modeling. Yes, the father is the main role model, while the mother is the one.
Isn't that what, like, GPT uses? ChatGPT has, like, training models. It's like a little narcissist. Sam Altman is a dumbass. You know what? I'm not gonna. Whatever. Because, like, to say open, like, this GPT, this AI shit, that it's like, that it's anything intelligent or, like, human. Just because, like, they call it a training model. It's not AI. It's fucking dumb.
One who shapes the child, who molds the child. The child becomes through the mother. Initially, the child can't tell the difference. The child does not realize that it is separate from mother. There is a phase which used to be known as symbiotic phase. There's a symbiosis there. And so initially, there's no separation at all. That's why we have to go through separation, individuation. We have to reject mother in order to explore the world. It's a very, very complex dynamic. If the mother is insecure, she does not allow the child to walk away. She does not let the child explore the world, interact with peers, if the mother, for example, is overprotective. So it's very easy to get it wrong. Now, I can give you a very long list of names: Freud, Melanie Klein, Donald Winnicott, Bowlby, you name it. And all these scholars, eminent scholars, the pillars of our profession, came to the conclusion that it is the mother that matters, especially in the emergence of pathological narcissism. Now, there have been exceptions. For example, Kramer and these scholars suggested that it is paternal authoritarianism that gives rise to narcissism. However, this view has been rejected and currently is not considered to be mainstream. Are there any gender effects? I'm going to give you an overview. I'm very fast. I mean, it's telegraphic. I apologize. You want more? Come to my seminar. It's free. Free like there's no entrance fee. I swear. Okay. Is there any contribution to gender roles? Do gender roles play any role, so to speak? If you're a woman or if you're a man, does it mean anything? Even in same-sex couples, even in, does this gender assumption or gender role play anything? Well, to some extent, yes. For example, we know that overprotective male fathers are more likely to yield or to result in an overt narcissistic son, but only sons, not daughters. So a father who is overprotective is likely to lead to the emergence of an overt narcissistic son, but not daughter. A mother who is cold, detached, rejecting, emotionally absent, possibly because she's depressive or even physically ill. It's not always, malicious intent. Yeah. But a mother who is absent for some reason, whatever the reason may be, she is much more likely to give rise to covert narcissistic daughters, but not to any narcissism in her sons, for example. And so, yes, gender does play a role, to some extent, but as you will see in a minute, there is a rule of thumb which overrides everything I've said until now. So I've been wasting your time, and you're right to be angry. Okay. Now, we distinguish between overt traits of the overt narcissist, and covert traits. When we say traits in the literature, we often confuse traits with behaviors. So actually, overt traits and behaviors and covert traits and behaviors. The reason this confusion occurs is because all traits translate almost automatically to behaviors. Traits determine behaviors. So it's very easy to confuse. So when we say overt narcissistic traits, for example, dissociality, the rejection of society, or social mores and conventions and norms. This is known as dissociality. In the DSM, it's called antisociality. Yeah. Anankastia. Anankastia is a highfalutin term for obsessive compulsive behaviors. Antagonism. Overt narcissists are conflict prone. They're contemptuous. They're aggressive. They externalize aggression and so on. So this is known as antagonism. Agency. Overt narcissists are agentic. They believe in their capacity to transform themselves and the world. Dominance. Overt narcissists engage in dominance submission plays all the time, power plays, mind games, all the time. Aggression, I mentioned. Need for validation. That is what we call narcissistic supply. The overt narcissist regulates himself or herself.
I don't need any validation though. I got the chat off. I what's it called? Feed my own help. That was a stupid word. I don't know. Feed my own validation. There's whatever. Be the freaking perfect narcissist.
From the outside, not from the inside. If you're mentally healthy, your regulation comes from the inside. You know who you are, you know.
I'm just a fake narcissist, but I'm pretty good at it. Only getting better.
Your strong points and weak points, your shortcomings and limitations, you're perfectly okay with it. That is called self-regulation. However, in overt narcissism, the regulation comes from the outside. So the narcissist would actually solicit feedback from other people. Narcissist would say, I'm a genius, don't you think so? It's your turn to say yes, by the way.
I do that. And then like 5 people watching. Only 5. And no chat. Shove that validation up your butt. Because I don't need it. You don't even need to watch. I'm not gonna make money off YouTube. Everything sucks. Anyways, I'm just streaming on YouTube as evidence that I made the engine. And also, so I can after the JonsScript engine is done, I don't know, stream 1 to 816 and meet every single page. So when I go to sell it, I'll be like, I meet the entire fucking standard. And it's also faster. a shitload faster than the engine, JavaScript engine, designed by you fucking idiots. So like, give me your dumb fucking money, buy my engine, or I'll just sell the world's fastest JavaScript engine to like anybody else that wants to buy it. So many things run off JavaScript. Even if like companies work together and they're like make a pact, like do not buy his engine, do not let him in. He's gonna like he's gonna destroy Microsoft. He's gonna compete with Google. He's gonna fuck up the status quo by making better software for the goddamn customer. I mean, we have it sweet. We have job security. We have the shittiest software. We can't even update our shit. We sell the same shit over and over. If he like, do not buy software. Don't upgrade. The amount of money that can be made from fast JavaScript to all the chaos that'll like happen in the companies that are left behind because they didn't have the fastest shit. Because why would you run a server running JavaScript? Because everything runs JavaScript. If you're running a server and running JavaScript, server side, even client side, and it's way more than like I don't want to say how. Let's just twice as fast. Let's say twice. All right, how about 4? If like JavaScript is suddenly 4 times faster, you could use 4 less servers, which means you could get like 4 times the amount of work done. And if it's also more efficient, save electricity, the amount of money. Yeah, big tech is fucked. The customer is gonna win. Microsoft, you're first to go. I'm gonna like Microsoft. I'm so angry at Microsoft. I even bought a Windows Phone. What a fucking mistake. And then when Windows Phone was like, when they dropped Windows Phone support, my apps just like disappeared off my phone. And I was like logged in to stuff. I'm like, fuck. It's like password recovery and shit. That was like the most annoying shit ever. And then like the phone was unusable. And then the phone, the Windows Phone, it had like a radio on it. They like removed the radio app on the Windows Phone.
Why did Windows remove the Windows Radio app from the Windows Phone after the phone was obsolete? Windows left the other Windows apps. Why the radio app?
Because it had like an actual radio on it. And that's like the only reason I got the phone. Because like in Michigan, you don't always have like internet, whatever. If you're like up north. So like radio is like just music's free. And they fucking remove the app. Like what the fuck? So I don't know.
Ah, yes, that's an interesting little piece of Windows history. Let's break it down carefully.
The best part of Windows history is when they get put out of business. That's gonna be awesome. Like, I wasted my time with C#. That's a Windows product. Even in C. For the love of shit. The lack of documentation and the zero fucks given for, like, oh my god, Windows, god.
The Windows Phone radio app, Windows Phone versions 8, 8.1, and 10 mobile, had a built-in radio app called FM Radio that could play FM broadcasts using the hardware FM chip in many smartphones. It was tied closely to the phone hardware, not just software, so it relied on phones that had the FM radio chip installed. Why the radio app disappeared. 1. Phone line obsolescence. When Windows Phone and Windows 10 Mobile were discontinued, Microsoft stopped updating apps specifically for those platforms. The radio app was hardware dependent, unlike most other apps like Calendar, Mail, or Edge. Removing support for new phones effectively made the app non-functional on modern devices, so keeping it alive didn't make sense.
What? The phone's already obsolete. Just make the whole phone obsolete.
Most modern phones, including non-Windows phones, don't even have FM radio chips anymore. Windows left other apps like Calendar, Mail, and OneDrive because they work on modern Windows devices and PCs, but the radio app wouldn't work on any new hardware.
Oh. Literally, because they're too cheap to put a radio chip, whatever, on the Windows Surface tablets. So they just, like, reused the same shitty code base because they're retarded. That's dumb.
Okay. Just kidding, just kidding. My Jewish sense of humor. Now, in overt narcissism, there are agentic factors and antagonistic factors. We divide overt narcissism to antagonistic and agentic factors. So the agentic facets of narcissism are actually positive, of overt narcissism, I'm sorry, are actually positive. So for example, leadership. Leadership is an agentic facet of overt narcissism. Literally all leaders have it. You can't say that all leaders are narcissists. Yes, Donald Trump, for example, definitely is not. But, I'm joking, he is. But all leaders have it to some extent. Leadership is an overt narcissistic facet. Assertiveness, self-confidence. When this becomes malignant, it's in your face. It's defiant. It's like my way or the highway. And then we're dealing with a malignant narcissist. A malignant narcissist is a seriously unsavory hybrid between narcissism, psychopathy, and sadism. Okay, so these are the overt traits, complex overt traits behaviors. Now, what about covert traits and behaviors? Covert traits and behaviors involve hypersensitivity. What is a covert narcissist? No, let me retrace. All narcissists are sometimes overt and sometimes covert. All narcissists have overt phases and covert phases. But one of the types is dominant and one is recessive. So you could have a narcissist whose dominant side is overt, but when this narcissist fails to obtain narcissistic supply, collapses, this is called a collapse, this narcissist becomes covert for a while, for a short period of time, until he reasserts himself and becomes overt. Similarly, a covert narcissist is most of the time covert. until given an opportunity to become overt. And then for 2 months, he or she is overt. So we have these two types. The covert narcissist, or the covert phases of narcissism, involve hypersensitivity and hypervigilance. The narcissist scans for slights and insults and disagreement and criticism and, insecurity, intermittent reinforcement, self-absorption or self-preoccupation, passive aggression. Covert narcissists never aggress against you. They sabotage you. They undermine you. They stab you in the back. So passive aggression, negative effects such as...
And if you're not dumb, you see that, like, stem back coming. Like, I don't know. And like, I don't know. Like cognitively, whatever. You can, like, work at your narcissism. So, like, I don't know. Not every narcissist is terrible if they know what they're doing. And they don't do it. Terrible ones are the ones that, like, they know what they're doing, do it anyways. Unless, like, you find that acceptable, and you like getting stabbed in the back, and all that shit, then yeah, whatever.
Envy, are very pronounced in covert narcissism. Distrust, emotional reactivity and reactance. They're very emotional. Guilt-based manipulation. We call it control from the bottom. Emotional extortion. Yes?
Does guilt work on people with autism? And shit, but like generally, not all the time.
Generally speaking, does guilt work on those with autism?
What about shame? I'll do ADHD or also autism. Like, the world would be a better place. But not really. I don't know, you need everything, I guess.
Generally speaking, does guilt shame work on those with ADHD or autism? This is a nuanced one. The short answer is, it depends, but generally guilt and shame don't work the same way on people with ADHD or autism as they do on neurotypical people. Let me break it down carefully. ADHD and guilt shame. People with ADHD often struggle with executive function, impulsivity, and emotional regulation. Guilt and shame can be complicated. Guilt, feeling bad about an action, can work if it's immediate and specific. For example, you forgot to turn off the stove, but long-term guilt is less effective because ADHD brains may struggle with connecting actions to consequences over time. Shame, feeling bad about yourself often backfires. It can lead to anxiety, defensiveness, or shutdown, rather than motivating change. ADHD brains are more sensitive to negative feedback, and shame often worsens self-esteem and executive dysfunction.
I might be autistic then. Whatever.
Positive reinforcement works better. Immediate, specific praise for desired behavior is far more effective than shaming someone for mistakes.
ADHD. and autism, they should just merge them.
Two, autism and guilt shame. People with autism often process social and emotional cues differently. Guilt. Autistic people can feel guilt, but they often respond better when it's directly linked to an action rather than an abstract social expectation. Shame. This can be very overwhelming for autistic people because shame often relies on social perception, which they may find confusing or distressing.
I thought autistic people don't give a fuck. Maybe I'm not autistic. I probably don't fit either box. Perfect.
Indirect, vague attempts to invoke guilt, shame, like you should feel bad about this, are often ineffective and may lead to withdrawal, shutdown, or anxiety rather than motivation.
Wait, what? It says
Indirect, vague attempts to invoke guilt, shame, like you should feel bad about this, are often ineffective and may lead to withdrawal, shutdown, or anxiety rather than motivation.
no one says you should feel shame to motivate. They say to cause you to withdraw, shut down. They're trying to like trigger you. Are those not, whatever? Yeah. I guess chatbots going from like a positive perspective, not from like someone trying to like intentionally cause distress.
Emotional extortion can appear to be benign, like, oh, I love you so much, I can't live without you. That's emotional extortion. Another type of emotional extortion, I can't manage without you. You're so good at this. Amazing. You're much better at this than me. So these are all forms of emotional extortion because they force you into a role, whether you want to or not. Coverts do it a lot. And finally, withholding or withdrawal. They withhold sex, they withhold love, they withhold things all the time. Okay? So that's the overview of overts and coverts. You flipped all over the place. You used to be down, now you're up. You used to be up, now you're down. That's interesting. Okay. Now, what do we know about the impacts that these types of narcissists have on their children? There are two pathways, two psychological developmental pathways to narcissism. You become a narcissist in one of two ways. Either you're, as a child, you're rejected, neglected, abandoned, ignored. That's one pathway. The rejection could be aggressive, so you're physically abused, verbally abused, psychologically abused. That's also a form of rejection. So that's one developmental pathway, but there is another. The other developmental pathway is when the parent is overprotective, idolizing, spoiling, pampering, not allowing the child to have any friction with reality or with peers, not allowing the child to separate, instrumentalizing the child. The child has to fulfill the unfulfilled dreams and wishes of the parent, or the child has to cater to the parent's needs. So that's instrumentalization, also known as parentification. These are all examples. Now, these two pathways lead to narcissism. Again, don't be alarmed. only 1.7% of children become narcissists, which is, I must say, a strong indication that it is genetic and hereditary. But we don't have any proof for it right now. No evidence hitherto. So these are the two pathways, and they are closely identified, of course, with overt and covert narcissism. The overt narcissistic parent would tend to be, surprisingly, overprotective, spoiling, pampering, idolizing, and so on. That's counterintuitive. It is the covert narcissistic parent who overwhelmingly would tend to reject and abandon the child. Okay? Now, there was a guy, 1971, his name was Baumrind. All psychologists in the field have the kind of names that explain why they became psychologists in the first place. These names are not pronounceable. I think it's the trauma starts really early in the lives of these psychologists. So this guy's name was Baumrind. And he suggested that there are three types of parenting: authoritarian parenting, permissive parenting, and authoritative parenting. Authoritarian parenting is when the parent is very controlling, supervises, micromanages, and controls the child, but is not warm, is not emotionally warm, and is not very responsive, actually. When the child displays agency, personal autonomy, and independence, when the child expresses emotions unsolicited and unbid, the parent would shoot the child down, would not allow the child to express itself independently. So there is no responsiveness. There is emotional distance. There is a contradiction, discrepancy between the emotional distance, the coldness, the detachment that emanates, that the narcissist exudes, and at the same time, the micromanagement, the high involvement in the child's life. And I think it's the same like living in a dictatorship. Like the dictator doesn't really care about you, but he wants to know what you're doing every split second of the day. And the dictator wants to manage your actions and subvert your decision-making process. It's a dictatorship. That's why it's called authoritarian parenting. Yeah. Now, the permissive parenting is exactly the opposite. It's when the parent couldn't care less, couldn't care what you're doing, where you are, who you're with, etc., but is at the same time very warm, with affected displays of love, compassion, affection. So again, there is a mixed signal. At the root of most non-biochemical mental illness, at the root of most of them, is mixed signaling. That's my view. And so there is a mixed signal here. I don't care about you, you can do anything you want. Your freedom is unlimited, but it's not really freedom. It's like, who cares? And at the same time, I love you. I care about you. You're my world. These are mixed signals, irreconcilable in many ways. And they create what we call in psychology dissonance. And dissonance is the father and mother of anxiety. These children grow up to be anxious and depressed, according to studies. And so these are the two types of parenting that are common among narcissists: authoritative and permissive. Another classification or nosology of parenting, or actually of family dynamics, is the pseudo-mutual and the pseudo-hostile family. The pseudo-mutual or pseudo-hostile family is a family that puts on a show. And the show is, we are a loving family. We are a functional family. We're a wonderful family. We love our children. Our children love us in return.
That's like 90% of like church families. or like people that go to church only on like the holidays. It's like it's a lot of people.
Nothing, there's no dirty laundry. Where in effect, actually, the family is hostile. There's a lot of conflict. There are a lot of problems in these kind of families. And this is the pseudo-mutual and pseudo-hostile family. Now, narcissists are narcissism, pathological narcissism, is a very primitive, disorganized personality. These are people who failed as children to integrate various aspects and dimensions of other people and of reality. And so they failed to form a self. The irony is that narcissists are selfless. They don't have a functional self, or ego, as Freud used to call it. They don't have an ego. They're not egotists. They don't have an ego. And they fail to form a self. And so they remain stuck. They're essentially mentally and
It's exactly why Sam Altman has like a child cartoon picture on his Twitter profile. There's no way. Sam Altman is not a narcissist. No way. He like uses a cartoon child as his profile picture when he literally has a man face. He's like married. He's not a child. Yet. He's like, think of me as a generic cartoon child. Not as an adult. No. As a generic cartoon child.
emotionally their children. We used to call it, long ago, we used to call it arrested development. And then we used to call it stunted development and whatever. Be that as it may, the mental age of a narcissist usually is 2 to 3 years old. Usually. There are exceptions. But it's about 2 to 3 years old because it is during these years that the child separates from the parent and becomes an individual. separation individuation takes place between 18 months and 36 months. When it fails, the child remains stuck and never progresses. The body is an adult's body, but inside there's a child. And now children try to make sense of reality and imbue it with meaning by deploying what we call psychological defense mechanisms. And there are many, and two of them, famous ones, are splitting and projection. They are infantile, primitive defense mechanisms. And whereas functioning adults do not engage in splitting, they're able to perceive nuance, and they do not project. They have self-awareness and self-consciousness. They know themselves.
It's like an hour. I gotta listen to music. There's no way Sam Altman's not narcissist. So delete this node so music doesn't accidentally go. And I didn't forget. I was. And the audio stopped working. So now I gotta restart. This software is designed by idiots. Imagine a world where companies actually followed standards and like shit just worked. That would be a wonderful. I guess that's just too much to ask for. Thanks for every restart.
declaration, async. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding, N is true, return true. Let OBJREC be ENVREC. Return OBJREC has binding, N, 1, 1, 4, 2. Create mutable binding, N, D. The create mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes arguments N, a string, and E, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new mutable binding for the NAMN that is uninitialized. The binding is created in the associated 44 copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 declarative record. A binding for N must not already exist in the declarative record. If D is true, the new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding, N is true, throw a type error exception. Return DCLREC create mutable binding, N, D, 1, 1, 4, 3. Create a mutable binding, N, S. The create immutable binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes arguments N, a string, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new immutable binding for the NAMN that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for NFS as true. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding, N is true, throw a type error exception. Return DCLREC create a mutable binding, N, S. For initialize binding, N, V. The initialize binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes arguments N, a string, and V, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is N to the value V. An uninitialized binding for N must already exist. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding, N is true, then A return DCLREC initialize binding, N, V. Assert. If the binding exists, it must be in the object environment record. Let OBJREC be ENVREC. Return OBJREC initialize binding, N, V, 1, 1, 4, 5. Set mutable binding, N, V, S. The set mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes arguments N, a string, V, an ECMA script language value, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to change the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is N to the value V if the binding is an immutable binding and S is true. A type error is thrown. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding, N is true, then A return DCLREC set mutable binding, N, V, S. Let OBJREC be ENVREC. Return OBJREC set mutable binding, N, V, S, 1, 1, 4, 6. Get binding value, N, S. The get binding value concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes arguments N, a string, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is N. If the binding is an uninitialized binding, throw a reference error exception. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding, N is true, then A return DCLREC get binding value, N N S ECMA International 2024 145. 3. Let OBJREC be ENVREC return OBJREC get binding value N S, 1 1 4 7 delete binding N. The delete binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It can only delete bindings that have been explicitly designated as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called let DCLREC be ENVREC. If DCLREC has binding N is true, then a return DCLREC delete binding N. Let OBJREC be ENVREC. Let global object be OBJREC. Let existing prop be has own property global object N. If existing prop is true, then a let status be OBJREC delete binding N. B. If status is true and ENVREC contains N, then I remove N from ENVREC. C return status return true, 1 1 4 8 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called return true, 1 1 4 9 has super binding. The has super binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called return false, 1 1 4 1 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes no arguments and returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined 9 1 1 4 1 1 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing an object. It performs the following steps when called return ENVREC. 146. ECMA International 2024. Note: global environment records always provide this binding. Note: global environment records do not provide a super binding. 9 1 1 4 1 2 has var declaration N. The has var declaration concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes argument N, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a variable statement or a function declaration. It performs the following steps when called let var declared names be ENVREC. If var declared names contains N, return true, return false, 1 1 4 1 3 has lexical declaration N. The has lexical declaration concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes argument N, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration. It performs the following steps when called let DCLREC be ENVREC. Return DCLREC has binding N, 1 1 4 1 4 has restricted global property N. The has restricted global property concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is the name of a property of the global object that must not be shadowed by a global lexical binding. It performs the following steps when called let OBJREC be ENVREC. Let global object be OBJREC. Let existing prop be global object N. If existing prop is undefined, return false. If existing prop is true, return false. Return true, the 1st of April 2015 can declare global var N. The can declare global var concrete method of a global environment record ENVREC takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument and redundant var declarations and var declarations for pre-existing global object properties are allowed. It performs the following steps when called let OBJREC be ENVREC. Let global object be OBJREC. Let has property be has own property global object N. If has property is true, return true. Return is extensible. Global object. Note properties may exist upon a global object that were directly created rather than being declared using a var or function declaration. A global lexical binding may not be created that has the same name as a non-configurable property of the global object. The global property undefined is an example of such a property. ECMA International 2024 147 9 1 1 4 1 6 can declare global function n. The can declare global function concrete method of a global environment record env-rec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument, and it performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be env-rec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing prop be global object n if existing prop is undefined. Return is extensible. Global object. If existing prop is true, return true. If is data descriptor, existing prop is true and existing prop has attribute values, true, enumerable, true, return false, 1 1 4 1 7 create global var binding n d. The create global var binding concrete method of a global environment record env-rec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is reused and assumed to be initialized. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be env-rec. Let global object be objrec. Let has property be has own property, global object, n. Let extensible be is extensible. Global object. If has property is false and extensible is true, then a perform. Objrec create mutable binding n d. B perform. Objrec initialize binding n undefined. If env-rec does not contain n, then a appendent to env-rec 7. Return unused, 1 1 4 1 8 create global function binding n v d. The create global function binding can create e method of a global environment record env-rec takes arguments n, a string, v, an ECMA script language value, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is 2 3 4 7 8 replaced. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be env-rec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing prop be global object n. If existing prop is undefined or existing prop is true, then a. Let desc be the property descriptor, v. True, d. Else a. Let desc be the property descriptor, v. Perform. Define property or throw, global object n. Desc. Perform. Set global object n v false. If env-rec does not contain n, then a appendent to env-rec. Return unused, 48. ECMA International 2024. Note global function declarations are always represented as own properties of the global object. If possible, an existing own property is reconfigured to have a standard set of attribute values. Step 7 is equivalent to what calling the initialize binding concrete method would do, and if global object is a proxy will produce the same sequence of proxy trap calls, 1 1 5 module environment records. A module environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent the outer scope of an ECMA script module. In addition to normal mutable and immutable bindings, module environment records also provide immutable import bindings, which are bindings that provide indirect access to a target binding that exists in another environment record. Module environment records support all of the declarative environment record methods listed in Table 16 and share the same specifications for all of those methods except for get binding value, delete binding, has this binding and get this binding. In addition, Module environment records support the methods listed in Table 22. Table 22. Additional methods of module environment records. The behavior of the additional concrete specification methods for module environment records are defined by the following algorithms. 1, 5, 1 get binding value, n, s. The get binding value concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is n. However, if the binding is an indirect binding, the value of the target binding is returned. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown. It performs the following steps when called assert. S is true, assert. envrec has a binding for n. If the binding for n is an indirect binding, then a let m and n2 be the indirection values provided when this binding for n was created. B let target env be m. C if target env is empty, throw a reference error exception. D return target env get binding value n2 true. If the binding for n in envrec is an uninitialized binding, throw a reference error exception. Return the value currently bound to n in envrec. Note S will always be true because a module is always strict mode. Code 9, 1, 5, 2 delete binding. N. The delete binding concrete method of a module environment record is never used within this specification. Method purpose create import binding. N, M, N2 create an immutable indirect binding in a module environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. M is a module record, and n2 is a binding that exists in m's module environment record. Get this binding, return the value of this environment records this binding. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 149. Note module environment records are only used within strict code, and an early error rule prevents the delete operator, in strict code, from being applied to a reference record that would resolve to a module environment record binding. C13, 1, 5, 3 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called return true, 1, 5, 4 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined, 1, 5 create import binding. N, M, N2. The create import binding concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, m, a module record, and n2, a string, and returns unused. It creates a new initialized immutable indirect binding for the name n. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n. N2 is the name of a binding that exists in m's module environment record. Accesses to the value of the new binding will indirectly access the bound value of the target binding. It performs the following steps when called assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n, assert. When m is instantiated, it will have a direct binding for n2. Create an immutable indirect binding in envrec for n that references m and n2 as its target binding, and record that the binding is initialized. Return unused, 1.2 environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon environment records. 9, 1, 2, 1 get identifier reference, env, name, strict. The abstract operation get identifier reference takes arguments env, an environment record or null, name, a string, and strict, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If env is null, then a return the reference record, unresolvable, name, strict. This value, empty. Let exists be env has binding, name. If exists is true, then a return the reference record, env, name, strict, empty. Else, 150, ECMA International 2024. Note, module environment records always provide this binding. AB, let outer be env, return, get identifier reference, outer, name, strict 9, 1, 2, to new declarative environment, E. The abstract operation new declarative environment takes argument E, an environment record or null, and returns a declarative environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new declarative environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env, 1, 2, 3 new object environment, O, W, E. The abstract operation new object environment takes arguments O, an object, W, a boolean, and E, an environment record or null, and returns an object environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new object environment record. Set env to O. Set env to W. Set env to E. Return env, 1, 2, 4 new function environment, F. New target. The abstract operation new function environment takes arguments F, an ECMA script function object, and new target, an object or undefined, and returns a function environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new function environment record containing no bindings. Set env to F if F is lexical. Set env to lexical else. Set env to uninitialized. Set env to new target. Set env to F. Return env, 1, 2, 5 new global environment, G. This value, the abstract operation new global environment takes arguments G, an object, and this value, an object, and returns a global environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrect be new object environment, G, false, null. Let dclrect be new declarative environment, null. Let env be a new global environment record. Set env to objrec. Set env to this value. Set env to dclrec. Set env to a new empty list. Set env to null. Return env, 1, 2, 6 new module environment, E. The abstract operation new module environment takes argument E, an environment record, and returns a module environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new module environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env. ECMA International, 2024 151, 9.2 Private environment records. A private environment record is a specification mechanism used to track private names based upon the lexical nesting structure of class declarations and class expressions in ECMA script code. They are similar to, but distinct from, environment records. Each private environment record is associated with a class declaration or class expression. Each time such a class is evaluated, a new private environment record is created to record the private names declared by that class. Each private environment record has the fields defined in Table 23. Table 23. Private environment record fields. Field name, value type, meaning, outer private environment, A. Private environment record or null. The private environment record of the nearest containing class null if the class with which this private environment record is associated is not contained in any other class. Names, a list of private names. The private names declared by this class. 9. 2. 1 Private environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon private environment records. 9. 2. 1. 1 new private environment, outer privy NV. The abstract operation new private environment takes argument outer privy NV, a private environment record or null, and returns a private environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be a new empty list. Return the private environment record. Outer privy NV. Names, 2, 1. 2 resolve private identifier. Privy NV. Identifier. The abstract operation resolve private identifier takes arguments privy NV, a private environment record, and identifier, a string, and returns a private name. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be privy NV. For each private name Pn of names, do A if Pn is identifier. Then, I return Pn. Let outer privy NV be privy NV. Assert. Outer privy NV is not null. Return resolve private identifier. Outer privy NV. Identifier. 3 realms. Before it is evaluated, All ECMA script code must be associated with a realm. Conceptually, a realm consists of a set of intrinsic objects, an ECMA script global environment, all of the ECMA script code that is loaded within the scope of that global environment, and other associated state and resources. A realm is represented in this specification as a realm record with the fields specified in Table 24:52, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, Table 24. Realm record fields, field name, agent signifier, intrinsics, global object, global ENV, template map, an object or undefined value, an agent signifier, a record whose field names are intrinsic keys and whose values are objects, a global environment record, a list of records with fields, a template literal parse node, and V, an array, F, the agent that owns this realm, the global object for this realm, the G, global environment for this realm, meaning, the intrinsic values used by code associated with this realm, a list of records, with fields are, a string, and, a module record. Note 1: once a parse node becomes unreachable, the corresponding is also unreachable, and it would be unobservable if an implementation removed the pair from the list. Anything default value is undefined. Note 2: as mentioned in host load imported module 16.2.1.8. Note 1: in realm records is only used when running an import expression in a context where there is no active script or module field reserved for use by hosts that need to associate additional information with a realm record. Template objects are canonicalized separately for each realm using its realm records. Each value is a parse node that is a template literal. The associated ALU is the corresponding template object that is passed to a tag function, a map from the specifier strings imported by this realm to the solved module record. The list does not contain two different records with the same 9.3.1 create realm. The abstract operation create realm takes no arguments and returns a realm record. It performs the following steps when called. Let realm rec be a new realm record. Perform create intrinsics. Realm rec, set realm rec to agent signifier, set realm rec to undefined, set realm rec to undefined, set realm rec to a new empty list, return realm rec, ECMA International 2024 153, 9.3. 2. Create intrinsics. Realm rec, the abstract operation create intrinsics takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm rec with the values listed in Table 6. The field names are the names listed in column 1 of the table. The value of each field is a new object value fully and recursively populated with property values as defined by the specification of each object in clauses 19 through 28. All object property values are newly created object values. All values that are built-in function objects are created by performing create built-in function, steps, length, name, slots, realm rec, prototype, where steps is the definition of that function provided by this specification. Name is the initial value of the function's name property. Length is the initial value of the function's length property. Slots is a list of the names, if any, of the function's specified internal slots. And prototype is the specified value of the function's internal slot. The creation of the intrinsics and their properties must be ordered to avoid any dependencies upon objects that have not yet been created. Perform add restrict. Add function properties. Realm rec, return unused, 3.3 set realm global object, realm rec, global obj, this value. The abstract operation set realm global object takes arguments realm rec, a realm record, global obj, an object or undefined, and this value, an object or undefined, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. If global obj is undefined, then A. Let intrinsics be realm rec. B. Set global obj to ordinary object create intrinsics. Assert global obj is an object if this value is undefined. Set this value to global obj. Set realm rec to global obj. Let new global env be new global environment. Global obj. This value. Set realm rec to new global env. Return unused. 3.4 set default global bindings. Realm rec. The abstract operation set default global bindings takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: let global be realm rec. For each property of the global object specified in clause 19, do A. Let name be the string value of the property name. B. Let desc be the fully populated data property descriptor for the property, containing the specified attributes for the property. The properties listed in 19.2, 19.3, or 19.4, the value of the attribute is the corresponding intrinsic object from realm rec. C. Perform. Define property or throw. Global. Name. Desc. Return global. Point for execution contexts. An execution context is a specification device that is used to track the runtime evaluation of code by an ECMA script implementation. At any point in time, there is at most one execution context per agent that is actually executing code. This is known as the agent's running execution context. All references to the running execution context in this specification denote the running execution context of the surrounding agent. The execution context stack is used to track execution contexts. The running execution context is always the top element of this stack. A new execution context is created whenever control is transferred from the executable code associated with the currently running execution context to executable code that is not associated with that. 54. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Execution context. The newly created execution context is pushed onto the stack and becomes the running execution context. An execution context contains whatever implementation-specific state is necessary to track the execution progress of its associated code. Each execution context has at least the state components listed in Table 25. Table 25. State components for all execution contexts. Component. Purpose. Code evaluation state. Any state needed to perform, suspend, and resume evaluation of the code associated with this execution context. Function. If this execution context is evaluating the code of a function object, then the value of this component is that function object. If the context is evaluating the code of a script or module, the value is null. Realm. The realm record from which associated code accesses ECMA script resources, script or module. The module record or script record from which associated code originates. If there is no originating script or module, as is the case for the original execution context created in initialize host-defined realm, the value is null. Evaluation of code by the running execution context may be suspended at various points defined within this specification. Once the running execution context has been suspended, a different execution context may become the running execution context and commence evaluating its code. At some later time, a suspended execution context may again become the running execution context and continue evaluating its code at the point where it had previously been suspended. Transition of the running execution context status among execution contexts usually occurs in stack-like last-in, first-out manner. However, some ECMA script features require non-LIFO transitions of the running execution context. The value of the realm component of the running execution context is also called the current realm record. The value of the function component of the running execution context is also called the active function object. ECMA script code execution contexts have the additional state components listed in Table 26. Table 26. Additional state components for ECMA script code execution contexts. Component. Purpose. Lexical environment. Identifies the environment record used to resolve identifier references made by code within this execution context. Variable environment. Identifies the environment record that holds bindings created by variable statements within this execution context. Private environment. Identifies the private environment record that holds private names created by class elements in the nearest containing class. Null if there is no containing class. The lexical environment and variable environment components of an execution context are always environment records. Execution contexts representing the evaluation of generators have the additional state components listed in Table 27. ECMA International 2024 155. Table 27. Additional state components for generator execution contexts. In most situations, only the running execution context, the top of the execution context stack, is directly manipulated by algorithms within this specification. Hence, when the terms lexical environment and variable environment are used without qualification, they are in reference to those components of the running execution context. An execution context is purely a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. It is impossible for ECMA script code to directly access or observe an execution context. 4.1 Get active script for module. The abstract operation get active script for module takes no arguments and returns a script record, a module record, or null. It is used to determine the running script for module, based on the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. If the execution context stack is empty, return null. Let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is not null. If no such execution context exists, return null. Otherwise, return X script for module. 4.2 Resolve binding, name, env. The abstract operation resolve binding takes argument name, a string, and optional argument env, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It is used to determine the binding of name env can be used to explicitly provide the environment record that is to be searched for the binding. It performs the following steps when called. If env is not present or env is undefined, then A set env to the running execution context's lexical environment. Assert env is an environment record if the source text matched by the syntactic production that is being evaluated is contained in strict mode. Code: let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return get identifier reference env name strict. 4.3 Get this environment. The abstract operation get this environment takes no arguments and returns an environment record. It finds the environment record that currently supplies the binding of the keyword this. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment. 2. Repeat. Component purpose. Generator the generator that this execution context is evaluating. 156. ECMA International 2024. Note the result of resolve binding is always a reference record whose field is name ABCDE. Let exists be env has this binding. If exists is true, return env. Let outer be env. Assert outer is not null. Set env to outer. Note the loop in step 2 will always terminate because the list of environments always ends with the global environment which has this binding. 4.4 Resolve this binding. The abstract operation resolve this binding takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It determines the binding of the keyword this using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let env-rec be get this environment. Return env-rec get this binding. 4.5 Get new target. The abstract operation get new target takes no arguments and returns an object or undefined. It determines the new target value using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let env-rec be get this environment. Assert env-rec has a field. Return env-rec. 4.6 Get global object. The abstract operation get global object takes no arguments and returns an object. It returns the global object used by the currently running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. 2.5 Let current realm be the current realm record. Return current realm. Jobs and host operations to end with jobs. A job is an abstract closure with no parameters that initiates an ECMA script computation when no other ECMA script computation is currently in progress. Jobs are scheduled for execution by ECMA script host environments in a particular agent. This specification describes the host hook's host enqueue generic job. Capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R host enqueue promise job. and host end with timeout job to schedule jobs. The host hooks in this specification are organized by the additional constraints imposed on the scheduling of jobs. Hosts may define additional abstract operations which schedule jobs. Such operations accept a job abstract closure and a realm record or null, as parameters. If a realm record is provided, these operations schedule the job to be performed at some future time in the provided realm, in the agent that owns the realm. If null is provided instead for the realm, then the job does not evaluate ECMA script code. Their implementations must conform to the following requirements. At some future point in time, when there is no running context in the agent for which the job is scheduled and that agent's execution context stack is empty, the implementation must perform any host-defined preparation steps, invoke the job abstract closure, perform any host-defined cleanup steps, after which the execution context stack must be empty. Only one job may be actively undergoing evaluation at any point in time in an agent. Once evaluation of a job starts, it must run to completion before evaluation of any other job starts in an agent. The abstract closure must return a normal completion, implementing its own handling of errors. ECMA International 2024-157. Note 1. Host environments are not required to treat jobs uniformly with respect to scheduling. For example, web browsers and Node.js treat promise handling jobs as a higher priority than other work. Future features may add jobs that are not treated at such a high priority at any particular time. Script or module. A script record, a module record, or null, is the active script or module if all of the following conditions are true. Get active script or module. Is script or module if script or module is a script record or module record. Let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is script or module. The realm component of EC is script or module. At any particular time, an execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code if all of the following conditions are true. The execution context stack is not empty. The realm component of the topmost execution context on the execution context stack is a realm record. Particular kinds of jobs have additional conformance requirements. 5.1 Job callback records. A job callback record is a record value used to store a function object and a host-defined value. Function objects that are invoked via a job include by the host may have additional host-defined context. To propagate the state, job abstract closures should not capture and call function objects directly. Instead, use host make job callback and host call job callback. Job callback records have the fields listed in Table 28. Table 28. Job callback record fields, 5.2 host make job callback. Callback. The host-defined abstract operation host make job callback takes argument callback, a function object, and returns a job callback record. An implementation of host make job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must return a job callback record whose field is callback. Note 2 host environments may prepare an execution to evaluate code by pushing execution contexts onto the execution context stack. The specific steps are implementation defined. The specific choice of realm is up to the host environment. This initial execution context and realm is only in use before any callback function is invoked. When a callback function related to a job, like a promise handler, is invoked, the invocation pushes its own execution context and realm. Note the WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org, for example, uses the host-defined value to propagate the incumbent settings object for promise callbacks. Field name, value, meaning, callback, a function object, the function to invoke when the job is invoked. Host-defined, anything default value is empty. Field reserved for use by hosts. 158. ECMA International 2024. The default implementation of host make job callback performs the following steps when called. 1. Return the job callback record. Callback. Empty. ECMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host make job callback, 5.3 host call job callback. Job callback. V. Arguments list. The host-defined abstract operation host call job callback takes arguments job callback, a job callback record. V. An ECMA script language value and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. An implementation of host call job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must perform and return the result of call job callback. V. Arguments list. The default implementation of host call job callback performs the following steps when called. Assert is callable. Job callback is true. Return call job callback. Callback. V. Arguments list. ECMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host call job callback, 5.4 host enqueue generic job realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue generic job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record, and returns unused. It schedules job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be scheduled without additional constraints, such as priority and ordering. An implementation of host enqueue generic job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 host enqueue promise job realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue promise job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record or null, and returns unused. It schedules job to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be related to the handling of promises, or otherwise, to be scheduled with equal priority to promise handling operations. An implementation of host enqueue promise job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 as well as the following. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code at the time of job's invocation. Let script for module beget active script for module at the time host enqueue promise job is invoked. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that script for module is the active script for module at the time of job's invocation. Jobs must run in the same order as the host enqueue promise job invocations that scheduled them. Note this is called at the time that the callback is passed to the function that is responsible for its being eventually scheduled and run. For example, promise then action, calls make job callback on then action at the time of invoking promise prototype then, not at the time of scheduling the reaction job. Note this requirement means that hosts cannot change the behavior of function objects defined in this specification. ECMA International 2024-159. Note the realm for jobs returned by new promise resolved thenable job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the then function object. The realm for jobs returned by new promise reaction job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the handler if the handler is not undefined. If the handler is undefined, realm is null. For both kinds of jobs, when get function realm completes abnormally, that is called on a revoked proxy, realm is the current realm record at the time of the get function realm call. When the realm is null, no user ECMA script code will be evaluated and no new ECMA script objects, for example error objects, will be created. The WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org, for example, uses realm to check for the ability to run script and for the entry https://html.spec.whatwg.org entry concept, 5.6 host enqueue timeout job realm milliseconds. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue timeout job takes arguments timeout job, a job abstract closure, realm, a realm record, and milliseconds, a non-negative finite number, and returns unused. It schedules timeout job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed after at least milliseconds. An implementation of host enqueue timeout job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.6 initialize host-defined realm. The abstract operation initialize host-defined realm takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let realm be create realm. Let new context be a new execution context. Set the function of new context to null. Set the realm of new context to realm. Set the script or module of new context to null. Push new context onto the execution context stack. New context is now the running execution context. If the host requires use of an exotic object to serve as realm's global object, let global be such an object, created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let global be undefined, indicating that an ordinary object should be created as the global object. If the host requires that this binding in realm's global scope return an object other than the global object, let this value be such an object created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let this value be undefined, indicating that realm's global this binding should be the global object. Perform set realm global object, realm, global, this value 0. Let global obj be. Set default global bindings, realm 1. Create any host-defined global object properties on global obj 2. Return unused. 7 agents. An agent comprises a set of ECMA script execution contexts, an execution context stack, a running execution context, an agent record, and an executing thread. Except for the executing thread, the constituents of an agent belong exclusively to that agent. An agent's executing thread executes algorithmic steps on the agent's execution contexts independently of other agents, except that an executing thread may be used as the executing thread by multiple agents, provided none of the agents sharing the thread have an agent record whose field is true. Note 1. Some web browsers share a single executing thread across multiple unrelated tabs of a browser window. For example, 60. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. While an agent's executing thread is executing algorithmic steps, the agent is the surrounding agent for those steps. The steps use the surrounding agent to access the specification level execution objects held within the agent, the running execution context, the execution context stack, and the agent record S fields. An agent signifier is a globally unique opaque value used to identify an agent. Table 29. Agent record fields. Field name, value, meaning, little endian, a boolean. The default value computed for the is little endian parameter when it is needed by the algorithms get value from buffer and set value in buffer. The choice is implementation defined and should be the alternative that is most efficient for the implementation. Once the value has been observed, it cannot change. Can block, a boolean, determines whether the agent can block or not. Signifier, an agent signifier, uniquely identifies the agent within its agent cluster. Is lock-free 1, a boolean, true if atomic operations on 1 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 2, a boolean, true if atomic operations on 2 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 8, a boolean, true if atomic operations on 8 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Candidate execution. A. Candidate execution record. See the memory model. Kept alive. A list of either objects or symbols. Initially a new empty list, representing the list of objects and or symbols to be kept alive until the end of the current job. Once the values of and have been observed by any agent in the agent cluster, they cannot change. Note 2. The values of and are not necessarily determined by the hardware, but may also reflect implementation choices that can vary over time and between ECMA script implementations. There is no field. 4-byte atomic operations are always lock-free. In practice, if an atomic operation is implemented with any type of lock, the operation is not lock-free. Lock-free does not imply wait-free. There is no upper bound on how many machine steps may be required to complete a lock-free atomic operation. That an atomic access of size n is lock-free does not imply anything about the perceived atomicity of non-atomic accesses of size n. Specifically, non-atomic accesses may still be performed as a sequence of several separate memory accesses. See read shared memory and write shared memory for details. ECMA International 2024 161. Note 3. An agent is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. 7.1 Agent signifier. The abstract operation agent signifier takes no arguments and returns an agent signifier. It performs the following steps when called. Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR, 7.2 agent can suspend. The abstract operation agent can suspend takes no arguments and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. 2.8 Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR agent clusters. Note in some environments it may not be reasonable for a given agent to suspend. 4. Example, in a web browser environment, it may be reasonable to disallow suspending a document's main event handling thread, while still allowing workers' event handling threads to suspend. An agent cluster is a maximal set of agents that can communicate by operating on shared memory. Every agent belongs to exactly one agent cluster. All agents within a cluster must have the same value for the field in their respective agent records. All agents within a cluster must have the same values for the field in their respective agent records. Similarly for the field, all agents within a cluster must have different values for the field in their respective agent records. An embedding may deactivate, stop forward progress, or activate, resume forward progress, an agent without the agent's knowledge or cooperation. If the embedding does so, it must not leave some agents in the cluster active while other agents in the cluster are deactivated indefinitely. Note 1 programs within different agents may share memory by unspecified means. At a minimum, the backing memory for shared array buffers can be shared among the agents in the cluster. There may be agents that can communicate by message passing that cannot share memory. They are never in the same agent cluster. Note to the agents in a cluster need not all be alive at some particular point in time. If agent A creates another agent B, after which A terminates and B creates agent C, the 3 agents are in the same cluster if A could share some memory with B and B could share some memory with C. Note 3 If different agents within an agent cluster have different values of it becomes hard to use shared memory for multi-byte data. 62. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Note 4. The purpose of the preceding restriction is to avoid a situation where an agent deadlocks or starves because another agent has been deactivated. For example, if an HTML shared worker that has a lifetime independent of documents in any windows were allowed to share memory with the dedicated worker of such an independent document, and the document and its dedicated worker were to be deactivated while the dedicated worker holds a lock, say, the document is pushed into its Windows history, and the shared worker then tries to acquire the lock, then the shared worker will be blocked until the dedicated worker is activated again, if ever. Meanwhile, other workers trying to access the shared worker from other windows will starve. The implication of the restriction is that it will not be possible to share memory between agents that don't belong to the same suspend wait collective within the embedding. An embedding may terminate an agent without any of the agent's cluster's other agents' prior knowledge or cooperation. If an agent is terminated not by programmatic action of its own or of another agent in the cluster but by forces external to the cluster, then the embedding must choose one of 2 strategies: either terminate all the agents in the cluster, or provide reliable APIs that allow the agents in the cluster to coordinate so that at least one remaining member of the cluster will be able to detect the termination, with the termination data containing enough information to identify the agent that was terminated. Each of the following specification values, and values transitively reachable from them, belong to exactly one agent cluster. Candidate execution record, shared data block, waiter list record. Prior to any evaluation of any ECMA script code by any agent in a cluster, the field of the agent record for all agents in the cluster is set to the initial candidate execution. The initial action declaration, a sync-generated declaration, and variable declaration bindings in global code for the associated realm. Global this value, an object, the value returned by this in global scope. Hosts may provide any ECMA script object value. Declarative record. A declarative environment record contains bindings for all declarations in global code for the associated realm code except for function declaration, generated declaration, a sync function declaration, a sync generated declaration, and variable declaration bindings. var names, a list of strings. The string names bound by function declaration, generated declaration, a sync function declaration, a sync generated declaration, and variable declaration declarations in global code for the associated realm. ECMA International 2024, 43, Table 21. Additional methods of global environment records. Method, purpose, get this binding, return the value of this environment records this binding, has a declaration. N, determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a variable declaration. Function declaration, generator declaration, a simp function declaration, or a simp generator declaration, has lexical declaration. N, determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration, has restricted global property. N, determines if the argument is the name of a global object property that may not be shadowed by a global lexical binding, can declare global var. N, determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument. N, can declare global function. N, determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument. N, create global var binding. N, D, used to create and initialize to undefined a global var binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding. The corresponding global object property will have attribute values appropriate for a var. The string value n is the bound name. If D is true, the binding may be deleted. Logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows var declarations to receive special treatment. Create global function binding. N, V, D, create and initialize a global function binding in the component of a global environment record. The binding will be a mutable binding. The corresponding global object property will have attribute values appropriate for a function. The string value n is the bound name. B is the initialization value. If the Boolean argument D is true, the binding may be deleted. Logically equivalent to create mutable binding followed by a set mutable binding, but it allows function declarations to receive special treatment. The behavior of the concrete specification methods for global environment records is defined by the following algorithms. 1, 4, 1 has binding. N, the has binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be envrec. If DCLREC has binding, n is true, return true. Let OBJREC be envrec. Return OBJREC has binding. N, 1, 4, 2 create mutable binding. N, D, the create mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new mutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. The binding is created in the associated 44 copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 declarative record. A binding for n must not already exist in the declarative record. If D is true, the new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be envrec. If DCLREC has binding, n is true, throw a type error exception. Return DCLREC create mutable binding. N, D, 1, 4, 3 create a mutable binding. N, S, the create immutable binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates a new immutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n if s is true. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCLREC be envrec. If DCLREC has binding, n is true, throw a type error exception. Return DCLREC create a mutable binding. N, S, for initialize binding. N, V, the initialize binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and V, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is N to the value V. An uninitialized binding for N must already exist. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCL-rec be ENV-rec. If DCL-rec has binding, N is true, then A return. DCL-rec initialize binding, N, V, assert. If the binding exists, it must be in the object environment record. Let OBJ-rec be ENV-rec. Return OBJ-rec initialize binding, N, V, 1, 1, 4, 5 set mutable binding, N, V, S. The set mutable binding concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes arguments N, a string, V, an ECMA script language value, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It attempts to change the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is N to the value V if the binding is an immutable binding and S is true. A type error is thrown. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCL-rec be ENV-rec. If DCL-rec has binding, N is true, then A return. DCL-rec set mutable binding, N, V, S. Let OBJ-rec be ENV-rec. Return OBJ-rec set mutable binding, N, V, S, 1, 1, 4, 6 get binding value, N, S. The get binding value concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes arguments N, a string, and S, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is N if the binding is an uninitialized binding. Throw a reference error exception. A property name then normally already exists, but if it does not or is not currently writable, error handling is determined by S. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCL-rec be ENV-rec. If DCL-rec has binding, N is true, then A return. DCL-rec get binding value, N, S. ECMA International 2024 145. 3. Let OBJ-rec be ENV-rec. Return OBJ-rec get binding value, N, S, 1, 1, 4, 7 delete binding, N. The delete binding concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It can only delete bindings that have been explicitly designated as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCL-rec be ENV-rec. If DCL-rec has binding, N is true, then A return. DCL-rec delete binding, N. Let OBJ-rec be ENV-rec. Let global object be OBJ-rec. Let existing prop be has own property, global object, N. If existing prop is true, then A. Let status be OBJ-rec delete binding, N. B. If status is true and ENV-rec contains N, then I remove N from ENV-rec. C return status. Return true, 1, 1, 4. 8 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called. Return true, 1, 1, 4. 9 has super binding. The has super binding concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called. Return false, 1, 1, 4, 1, 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes no arguments and returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called. Return undefined 9, 1, 1, 4, 1, 1 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a global environment record ENV-rec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing an object. It performs the following steps when called. Return ENV Rec 146 ECMA International 2024. Note: Global Environment Records always provide this binding. Note: Global Environment Records do not provide a super binding. 9.1.1.4.1.2 Hasvar Declaration. N. The Hasvar Declaration concrete method of a global environment record. ENV Rec takes argument N, a string, and returns a Boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a variable statement or a function declaration. It performs the following steps when called. Let var declared names be ENV Rec. If var declared names contains N, return true, return false, 1.1.4.1.3 has lexical declaration. N. The has lexical declaration concrete method of a global environment record. ENV Rec takes argument N, a string, and returns a Boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration. It performs the following steps when called. Let DCL Rec be ENV Rec. Return. DCL Rec has binding N, 1.1.4.1.4 has restricted global property. N. The has restricted global property concrete method of a global environment record. ENV Rec takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is the name of a property of the global object that must not be shadowed by a global lexical binding. It performs the following steps when called. Let OBJREC be ENV Rec. Let global object be OBJREC. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined, return false. If existing prop is true, return false. Return true, the 1st of April 2015 can declare global var. N. The can declare global var concrete method of a global environment record. ENV Rec takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same argument. And redundant var declarations and var declarations for pre-existing global object properties are allowed. It performs the following steps when called. Let OBJREC be ENV Rec. Let global object be OBJREC. Let has property be has own property, global object. N. If has property is true, return true. Return is extensible, global object. Note: properties may exist upon a global object that were directly created rather than being declared using a var or function declaration. A global lexical binding may not be created that has the same name as a non-configurable property of the global object. The global property undefined is an example of such a property. ECMA International 2024 147 9.1.1.4.1.6 can declare global function. N. The can declare global function concrete method of a global environment record. ENV Rec takes argument N, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a corresponding create global function binding call would succeed if called for the same argument, and it performs the following steps when called. Let OBJREC be ENV Rec. Let global object be OBJREC. Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop is undefined, return is extensible, global object. If existing prop is true, return true. If is data descriptor, existing prop is true and existing prop has attribute values, true, enumerable, true, return false, 1.1.4.1.7 create global var binding. N. D. The create global var binding concrete method of a global environment record. ENV Rec takes arguments N, a string, and E, a Boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is reused and assumed to be initialized. It performs the following steps when called. Let OBJREC be ENV Rec. Let global object be OBJREC. Let has property be has own property, global object. N. Let extensible be is extensible, Global object, if has property is false and extensible is true, then A perform. Obj create mutable binding, N, D, B perform. Obj initialize binding, N, undefined. If env does not contain N, then A append enter env 7. Return unused, 1, 1, 4, 1, 8 create global function binding, N, V, D. The create global function binding can crep. E method of a global environment record env takes arguments N, a string, V, an ECMA script language value, and E, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It creates and initializes a mutable binding in the associated object environment record and records the bound name in the associated list. If a binding already exists, it is 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 replaced. It performs the following steps when called: let objrec be envrec, let global object be objrec, let existing prop be global object, N. If existing prop is undefined or existing prop is true, then A. Let desc be the property descriptor, V. True, true, D. Else A. Let desc be the property descriptor, V. Perform. Define property or throw, global object, N. Desk. Perform. Set, global object, N. V. False. If envrec does not contain N, then A append enter envrec. Return unused, 48. ECMA International 2024. Note global function declarations are always represented as own properties of the global object. If possible, an existing own property is reconfigured to have a standard set of attribute values. Step 7 is equivalent to what calling the initialize binding concrete method would do, and if global object is a proxy will produce the same sequence of proxy trap calls, 1, 1, 5 module environment records. A module environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent the outer scope of an ECMA script module. In addition to normal mutable and immutable bindings, module environment records also provide immutable import bindings, which are bindings that provide indirect access to a target binding that exists in another environment record. Module environment records support all of the declarative environment record methods listed in Table 16 and share the same specifications for all of those methods except for get binding value, delete binding, has this binding and get this binding. In addition, module environment records support the methods listed in Table 22. Table 22, additional methods of module environment records. The behavior of the additional concrete specification methods for module environment records are defined.
So like, I just give no fucks right now. I cannot focus on this. And like, this is the second count. I left. And then somehow it like drops down to like what? Something's mingled. Or I don't care right now. I like print it step by step. Something's fucked up. So whatever. I'll get this later. Everything else works. So I gotta get this, and then everything else still. I looked up assembly. I was not on track. Whatever. I gotta go. Peace. It's so annoying. Like, what the hell? It's a constant problem. I'll figure it later. C language is so retarded.